asleep.
All right, 1, 2, 3. One more, guys. Let's do a silly one. 1, 2, 3. There we go.
My neighbor going to care people to walk this way. Watch this stair right here.
Kids, I'm a performing musician in the area. I just like to say y'all did an excellent job. I know how hard that is to sing in front of people. Great job. Great job. You got her.
That's not the good stuff.
They're really good. Oh, nice sign. I like your sign. Yeah.
All right, we'll move on. We have another visitor here this evening. Where's Almond at?
No place to park.
I think I see Almond's Wranglers up there. There we go.
Oh, my goodness.
City Council, good evening. This is Almond. Almond is a 9 to 10-month-old little lab pit bull mix that has been in Bayou Animal Services for a few days now and is up for adoption. Any questions? Adoptions right now, I'm glad you asked. We're doing our Home for the Holidays, and all adoptions are $25, and that includes spay neuter surgery, vaccinations, and microchip. That's about a $450 value if you were to take your pet to a veterinarian to have that done. And all of that is for $25 from now through Christmas Eve, and our goal is to empty the shelter by Christmas Eve. And incidentally, Fox 26 has learned of our Home for the Holidays event and is going to be at the shelter tomorrow. So be watching the 5 o'clock news. And hopefully Almond will be adopted by then.
All right.
Alrighty, thank you all.
All right, we'll move on to item 5, announcements and presentations. Announcements concerning items of community interest. No action will be taken or discussed council member comments regarding items of community interest in accordance with Texas Government Code, Section 551.0415. Item 5A, council comments. We'll begin with council member Simpson.
Thank you, Mayor, council, city staff, citizens of Dickinson. Welcome. I hope you all had a wonderful Thanksgiving. In between this past meeting and this meeting, I attended the Houston Galveston Area Council regular board meeting and also attended the Houston Galveston Area Council Home Rule Caucus annual meeting where they elect representatives to the board of directors for the 37 Home Rule Caucus cities. Also attended the Rotary Parade and also wanted to note the RFP period for upgrading some of the network technology for the city of Dickinson. That RFP period closed, so I look forward to working with Renee and Councilman Linton on deciding who's going to upgrade our much needed infrastructure for the technology. Finally, between this past meeting and this meeting, my mom, Latayne, spelled Latayne, Bruce, suddenly passed away. And I want to take this time to publicly thank all the volunteer board members that reached out, the staff who repeatedly called, especially, I hate to put them on the spot, but Renee keeps calling me to check on me, and council members that checked on me, and personally to Mayor Skip Worth for coming to my mom's services. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Johnny. Councilwoman Simpson.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you all for attending tonight and giving us your time. We really appreciate your input and your participation in person and online. Shout out to the Silvernagle Elementary Choir for performing to us tonight. It was really excellent. Thanks to their director, Miss Kelsey Hilton. First of all, I want to thank city staff and Drury Hefner for organizing this year's Christmas on the Bayou vendor market and entertainment event at City Hall. This was a wonderful addition to the Christmas joy that we have here in Dickinson. Thank you to the vendors for coming out, and thanks to the Pilot Club for helping serve cookies and punch, and a special thank you to Trish and Trey Taylor, our Santa and Mrs. Claus. I want to thank my fellow Rotarians in the Rotary Club of Dickinson and the volunteers for helping organize the annual Christmas parade. And thank you to all the participants who joined us this year. We had 55 floats. That's the most we've had in a really long time. I also want to thank the law enforcement and the emergency services personnel that were on site helping with traffic. Finally, I want to touch on something that happened at our last meeting that really bothered me. I went back and forth on whether or not I was going to speak about this, but here it is. I know it's been a little while, but I wanted to try and relay some of the same passion I had from before, as this affected me for several days. Seconds prior to the start of our last council meeting, two individuals, members of the media, attempted to interview members of city council. The manner in which they did so was alarming to me, and I perceived them to actually run up over the platform and rush towards the dais. This fast approach was unexpected, and it made me question my safety up here on the dais. Professionally, I work for Dickinson ISD, and I have for 8 years, so I want to rattle off for a minute. After this event, I thought about how those actions may be received during a school board meeting. The answer is not well. ISD staff must go through countless hours of safety training, and administrators must train with a specific focus on situational awareness. We as staff members are told to actively seek out and be aware of individuals or disruptions that may be trying to cause harm to a school or its students. They also tell us to apply these skills to group gatherings like church, the movies, or community events. During a training I was in by an FBI-trained crisis officer, ISD staff members were told to consider keeping a commemorative Astros bat on the wall in the off chance that you may one day need to defend yourself. Did you also know that the Texas Education Agency literally places decoy actors on our campuses as part of a test for staff to see how long it takes for a staff member to approach an unidentified individual on a campus? When I saw these two individuals run up towards the dais last month in a public setting, my heart dropped. While it was simply members of the media, it could have been anything or anyone else. I want to work with city staff to create a policy on conduct within the chambers and during an active meeting. I'd also like to remind members of the media and anyone who attends our meetings to please do so in a friendly and a respectful manner. Safety should be a priority for everyone here in this meeting space. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilman Wilson.
Yes, I'd like to just welcome everybody here tonight. These meetings do belong to the public, and it's very good to see a good large turnout from the public. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Councilman Brantley.
Yeah, I want to thank everybody for being here tonight, everybody that's online. I'm going to echo what Councilman Simpson said. Thanks to the Silvernagle Elementary Choir. What a great job they did. Thank you very much. I want to recognize and congratulate Destination Dickinson and the successful boat parade. I also want to publicly recognize Galen Nizer and Bill Schick for all the work that they put in and making that a success. So thank you all very much. I finally made you turn red, Bill. I also want to say thanks to the city staff for all their hard work. They do a tremendous amount, and a lot of what they do goes unnoticed and unrecognized. So I know they sometimes take a lot of heat, but our city staff is doing a fantastic job. They're working extremely hard, and they are making a real difference. So thank you very much to our city staff. Let's see. Next thing, I want to recognize Ed Boakes, who was up here with Almond and the Bayou Animal Service. I learned his adoption rate is up 300%, and they have 25 adoptions in just the past 2 weeks. So, past 1 week. So, congratulations, you guys are doing awesome. Thanks, Ed. Thanks to you and your board. I also want to congratulate Assistant City Manager Chase Carey. He and his wife welcomed a brand new baby girl last week. So congratulations, Chase. I don't know if you're listening in, but if you are, congratulations. Last thing I have is Little League registration opened up. So get your kids out to the baseball field, get them signed up. DickinsonLittleLeagueBaseball.org, registering now. So get them signed up to play at Dickinson Little League. Thank you all very much.
All right, thank you, Councilman Decker.
Thank you. Welcome to everybody here. Thanksgiving dinner, we served over 600 meals, which is very good. The other thing, Festival Lights. We had over 1,000 last Friday. We had 3,284 people Saturday. And over 1,300 Sunday night. Last night we had 699, which is a record this year for the nights Monday through Thursday. So hopefully, and we're not going to get any rain tonight. I hope my wife's out there. So thank you very much. Hope everybody comes out there.
Thank you,
evening,
Councilman
everybody.
Linton.
Council, jump the gun there. Sorry, Mayor. Also, I'd like to mention Councilman Simpson. So sorry for your loss. And anyway, also the comments made by Council Member Simpson about the media. Very good job. I'm right there with you. I met with the Director of IT, Renee Valdez, to discuss our current cybersecurity posture so that we could stay vigilant during the holiday season and be aware that, we can still get attacked, cyber attacks during the holiday season. I also inquired about the completion of the RFP that Council Member Simpson had mentioned, and I'm waiting to hear about a meeting so we can discuss the future of the city's IT infrastructure. I attended the Dickinson Chamber of Commerce monthly farmers market, and I also discussed with City Manager Theo Melanson that we need to have a fair process concerning catering that is fair and uses local restaurants with an interest and ability to cater city-funded events. And I think that we've got started on that and a little bit of work to do. I also contacted Union Pacific Railroad Hotline per my discussion with Theo about the crossing over here by Dickinson Avenue, and I learned a little bit. There is a power distribution unit. There's some sort of structure there in between 517 on the east and the westbound lanes. And there are two separate identifiers for those tracks, for those crossings. So there's two separate crossings. I contacted them about both with specific emphasis on the westbound lanes. When I called the number, they said it was for emergencies only. Their voice answering service indicated that it was not for emergencies. I made them aware of that. I also asked if they said that you need to enter a complaint on their website. And I asked them, what are citizens to do if they don't have internet access? And they said they call the number. And I said, but if it's not an emergency. So it was kind of a loop there. But anyway, there is a 1-800 number. And I'm going to make sure that we get somehow list that on the website if it's possible, so that citizens, if you are upset about the bump on 517 with the crossing, make sure you call that 1-800 number, or contact their website and put in a report like I did. The more, the merrier. Also, I requested a opportunity to accompany city staff when they make another visit to Creekside Apartments, so I can get a firsthand view of the conditions in person that will allow a better perspective. Also, Bayou Animal Shelters having Home for the Holidays event that was mentioned earlier. They've had a 100% increase in rescued animals from this time last year, so the shelter is full. And as Councilman Brantley had mentioned, they've had a 300% increase in adoptions, but the animals are still at risk. Ed Boakes had told me that their adoptions are about 8 per week on average, and they had 23 adoptions last week. The shelter has been a no-kill shelter in this area in the county. It's a badge of honor for the city. The shelter's doing an awesome job. Everybody, please do what you can to support them and go out there and adopt some dogs and cats for the holidays, and then keep them after the holidays. Yeah, don't want to forget that. Didn't even have to write that one down. Also, I'd like to mention my coworkers at NASA, the Artemis 1 mission, had landed this past Sunday, splashdown, and after a mission of 25 days, which was the longest mission of a spacecraft that's designed to contain a crew. We only had some dummies in it this time with sensors. It also traveled the farthest from Earth than any spacecraft designed for a human crew has ever traveled. We also, this past year, had the double asteroid redirection test mission, where we deliberately altered the orbit of a celestial object, which now gives us an option for planetary defense, which is just incredible. And then the James Webb Space Telescope. If you haven't been up to the website, we're looking back 13.8 billion. Did I get that correct? I don't want to mess up the math. 13.8 billion years into the past, which is about 400 million years after the Big Bang. Just amazing accomplishments for NASA this year. And today is the 50th anniversary of men walking on the moon for the last time. And so the Artemis mission that landed this past Sunday is the beginning of our process of going back to the moon. And I am very proud to be part of that. I'm also proud to be up here on council as well and trying to help improve the lives of the citizens of Dickinson. And one last thing, I checked the census stats for the city, and I noticed that the city has a 39.2% of the population is Hispanic or Latino, and 29.05% of the population speak languages other than English. And of that 29%, 26.78% speak Spanish. So I've started learning Spanish at night. I mentioned it last time, and I'm going to try to do my council comments in Spanish early in the new year, as soon as I learn how to do them in English. That's it.
All right, thank you. We'll move on to the HGAC update. Councilman Simpson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. The only additional comment I have for the HGAC is that at the annual caucus, Home Rule Caucus meeting, I was elected to serve as the representative for the 37 Home Rule cities on the board of directors. So I now have voice and vote at the board meetings. I do want to say thank you publicly, although in his absence to Councilman King, he walked so I could run. He told me it took him about 7 to 9 years to get on the board of directors. And once I was elected, he said he wanted to make sure that I got on much faster than that. And so starting January 1, I'll be part of the 68 board of directors members with a vote to see what happens to, on average, about $485 million a meeting. That's all, man. There.
All right, thank you. We'll move on to item 5B, the city manager update.
Mayor, council, thank you very much. For giving me this opportunity. It's kind of hard to take me too seriously with that picture up there on that update there, but the joke is on staff because this is the new uniform. So I just want to start off with what I think is an extremely important thing we're doing in the city, and that is really leveling up our staff with as much professional education as possible, and really taking the bull by the horns over the past year and a half with our team to put people in the best situations to succeed. I'd like for Ed to come up because we have someone very special to recognize. And Ed, would you be gracious enough to introduce our special guest that we're recognizing?
Thank you so much. Yes, Councilmember, as Councilmember Brantley just said moments ago, oftentimes our employees do so much in the community, don't go too far, without a whole lot of recognition, but we would sure notice if they weren't there to do what they do. And one of those employees is Kelly Reeves, who's really stepped up. She has been a tremendously value-added part of the team ever since I came to Bayou Animal Services. There hasn't been anything that she has been challenged with that she hasn't risen to the challenge and really surpassed expectations, and really has added a lot to the program. And most recently, she has been certified by the state of Texas as an animal control officer. So she is going to be serving in that capacity. So Mr. Mayor and City Manager, if you'd join me in recognizing her and presenting her with this certificate.
Okay.
Wow, that was.
One more. Okay. 1, 2, 3.
And then how about a family picture, Ben and?
Yes, please.
Come on, Tyler.
Do you want me to take one with your camera? Can I, please? The real motive comes out. Okay. Let's see. Beautiful. All right, 1, 2, 3. Let me remember how to do this now.
Oh, my.
I didn't
I
ask.
think you gotta open it.
Okay, is it open it? Okay, I'll just take it with my phone and you can show me after. 1, 2, 3. Okay.
All right. Okay.
It's always great to be able to recognize them, our employees who go above and beyond and are working toward, becoming the best professionals they can be as we continue our path to becoming a best practices city. So Kelly, congratulations. One of the big things that I was going to bring up to you guys is I'm glad that we brought up the Union Pacific rail line. I wanted to let you know is that we have someone in the audience who's working with me, and that's Amy Skicky with Baytran. We're working on that situation as well, and Amy is in her role with Baytran really serves as an advocate for us for regional transportation. And this is obviously while it is dealing with the highway, it's also dealing with the transportation of goods throughout our region. And so one of the big things we want to do is have her involved and really explain to Union Pacific, the not just the public health and safety, which is, I think, pretty obvious, but also the ongoing nature of the situation. And so we're going to be working hand in hand in that. So thank you, Amy, for being a part of that. I also want to make council aware that has come to city's attention that the method of distribution where we received our first round of funding, which was somewhere in the neighborhood of around $9 million after all the projects were divvied out amongst the region. What happens is in round two is they kind of scrape up the leftover funding because, projects, there's X amount of dollars, but the projects, it's never exactly the amount of money that's allocated to the region. And so we're currently working with HGAC and our grant administrators we believe that we'll be entitled to between $1 and $2 million of extra funding for flood mitigation projects. So between our multitude of projects, this would be very much needed, and we will definitely work on some flood mitigation projects or beef up some of the current ones that we're working on. With that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it back over to you, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Move on to item 6, public comments. Members of the public are invited to give comments at this time, lasting not longer than 3 minutes. Comments may be general in nature or may address a specific agenda item and should be directed at the entire council, not individual members of council or staff. Any speaker making personal attacks or using vulgar or profane language shall forfeit his or her remaining time and shall be seated. In compliance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, the City Council may not deliberate. Now, we do have a few of you signed up for individual agenda items, so we'll get to you when we get to that agenda item. But first off, we have John Mitchner. And when everybody comes up, if you would please give your name and your address, please.
Yeah, John Mitchner, 5014 Long Shadow Drive, Dickinson, Texas. Echo what you said. We had some rails loose on the bridge, called railroad. They said, "Where's Dickinson?" Good help. Good luck on it. We've had the Chamber of Commerce for about 7 years now, and it's growing. In fact, we got a new member today, and it's growing. I understand the city wants to take it over, take economic development, get it. So, like I said, if they want to give $150,000 for 3 years, that's to pay it back. You'd have to make $60 million in sales to equal $150,000 at our tax rate. So, like I said, it's not. The Chamber is doing good. Don't need the city involved in it. The other thing is like if you did it to 3 years, that's $60 million. That's $180 million in sales you have to do to fund that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next up, we have Kathy Palmer.
Hi, my name is Kathy Palmer. I live at 5022 Casa Grande off of Hughes Road. I'm from Dickinson. I've been here since I was 12 and I want to stay. But we have something going on our street called a VRBO I represent our whole street. It's a one street cul-de-sac, one way in and one way out. And there's a beautiful home at the end of the street who, without permit and without any permission or we had no knowledge of it at all. They have opened a VRBO that, if you look online, it advertises that it sleeps 30. And there have been many more than 30 people there. I woke up one day last week to go out and mow my yard, and there was a half of somebody else's car in my front yard. We have no sidewalk, so when the people that are at the party can't all get out, they just go up in our yard and park and go to the party and then leave. My biggest concern is the quality of the people that are there. We had a grown man urinating in the cul-de-sac last weekend. We've had young man and his wife, who's a principal in our school district, have to cancel their 5-year-old child's birthday party because of the language. They live next door. And I went out and personally counted the motorcycles on Galveston Motorcycle Weekend because it was like chaos and dangerous. I pulled a little boy off and his bicycle off of the street about 3 weeks ago because 2 cars were going so fast, they didn't even see me, much less him. So I'm sure most of you have heard all of this. We're going to meet with the city council again and with the Planning and Zoning Commission, which I didn't even know about, and I didn't know how they were tied to you, and I commend you for that. But my concern is that the city's liability is at stake because if we all know about all of this and they lease this, this property out, which they are against a judge's ruling, we've already been to court, and the judge ruled in our favor. And we had great representation by our city attorney, but they're doing it anyway. They rented it last weekend, and we call, our police department is covered up with calls. The noise ordinance police department is covered up with calls, and we don't have enough manpower to take care of us, much less all of them. The company that is in charge of all this, if you look online, they have 41 other assumed names. So you can't get in touch with them, and we can't get in touch with them. But my concern is that if we know all of this and somebody leases this house and there's a fire, they haven't touched all of the things that weren't done. All the wiring that's never been replaced, it's flooded 5 times that I know of. And that's a liability on us if somebody gets hurt or dies in a house fire. And because we know about it, we know it happened. I watched 9 concrete trucks go down my street and they never got a permit to pour all this new concrete. They poured concrete up to the bulkhead and never called the Corps of Engineers in Galveston. And,
The 3 minutes has expired.
okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up we have Ron Morales.
Did you get my point?
Yes, ma'am.
Good.
I don't need take yours.
My name's Ron Morales, live at 5418 Thornwood Circle, Dickinson, Texas. I'm here tonight to talk to you about, we're always looking in this country for leaders, looking for people that our kids can look up to, like these kids here tonight. I want to tell you a story about a young black kid that was born and raised right here in Dickinson, Texas. He went to school here in Dickinson. He always knew what he wanted to be, a police officer. That's all he ever wanted to be. So he started hanging out at Dickinson Police Department when he was real young, hanging out with the dispatchers, and the police officers became friends with him. When he graduated, he was too young to be a police officer, so what he did, he went and applied to be a dispatcher. They hired him. Before my time, he was an excellent dispatcher from what I understand. He stayed there until he was old enough to go to the police academy. Went right down here, Mayor, where you teach at, College of the Mainland. Went to the academy, graduated from College of the Mainland Academy. Dickinson Police Department hired him. Didn't take long, he became a sergeant. Well, it was about that time that IT started getting into law enforcement, like a wave, almost overnight. Well, the city couldn't afford to hire anyone IT, so this young man self-taught himself computers, how to work on them, troubleshoot them, install them, etc. And he took care of all the computers at Dickinson Police Department. Did such a good job, the city of Dickinson, City Hall, started having issues with their computers. So they asked him if he could come over there and help them out because they couldn't afford to hire someone. So he did. Then it was the fire department, street department, on and on. He continued to do his job as a police officer and at the same time doing the IT, getting called out on weekends and holidays for the IT stuff. By that time, he was a lieutenant, so he didn't get paid extra for it. Then he was a captain, never got paid extra for it. And the crazy thing about it is the man never asked for a penny, not 1 penny more. Continued to do that job. So that's 2 jobs he's doing there. Plus he's raising his family at home. Brought his kids up right, sent them to school. There was something missing though in his life. he needed a college degree. So at night, he went to COM, got his 2-year degree, worked, transferred to University of Houston, got his bachelor's degree. All this time doing all this work. Never once complained, never once asked for a raise for everything he's doing. Well, we got a new city government after a while and new city management, and they decided we didn't need him anymore. Been with the city for 35 years. I'll say it again, 35 years. What have you done for 35 years? Impeccable service. Highest integrity you'll ever see in an individual. And for that 35 years, management said, we don't need him anymore. Going to write him out of the budget. When asked from management, they need some kind of paperwork or something for leaving, little smirk and said, show him the budget. He's not in it. That's what he got after 35 years. Show him the budget. He's not in it. Well, if you're not ashamed of yourselves, I'm ashamed for you. No one at council comments or any other time said, Captain Mason, good luck. Captain Mason, thank you for your service. Captain Mason, thank you for everything you've done for this city, the sacrifices you've made. Not one time have I heard one person say anything from this council or the management about Captain Mason. You ought to be ashamed of yourselves. I'm done.
All right. Next up, we have Garland Copeland. Garland Copeland.
My name is Garland Copeland, live at 3717 Kellner Road, Dickinson. On a different topic, have a comment about the emergency order that was issued on the property at 406 Dietz Apartments. There was an emergency order that was prepared by the building official, and I understand it was filed in the county records in Dickinson, and it's got an obvious error in it, and I want to bring that to your attention. The inquiry that I've done prior to standing here, I got no response on. If you look at the Section 8 of that order, emergency order, signed by the city manager and also the building official. In the middle of that paragraph 8, it says the commission, which is talking about the Building Standards Commission, hereby declares that it would have passed each part and every part of the same, notwithstanding the omissions, etc. Let me tell you, the Building Standards Commission had nothing to do with this order. And so I don't know how they can put the language in there that says that we agree to it.
Thank you. Next up, we have Scott Schrader.
Scott Schrader, 3719 Kellner, previous council member, and I take no joy in standing up here. I've been on both sides of this, but there's just a few things I need to say tonight. When I was on council a couple of years ago, I told the voters I would be open. I wanted change of culture at the city hall. I promised to spend the taxpayer money wisely, and I would not vote to put any council members on boards. I failed to accomplish any of those goals. Some people said I was on a witch hunt, that I made the council look like a bunch of clowns, and that one even said what I did was beyond pale. when I tried to get the city secretary to be able to speak behind closed doors to the council members. And I'm sure the same will probably be said after I leave here tonight with these comments. The city put out a news alert recently that said you will see misinformation spread by a hired media consultant. They said it is common to assemble committees or work groups that meet outside of public meetings, and there is nothing illegal or unusual about having 3 members meet. And I'll read you a few of the comments here straight out of the newspaper. After Edmonds released from the Board of Adjustments, the city received several public information requests for security camera footage, which officials said would have exonerated the city council members. But the city couldn't immediately produce the video because it was copied over to prepare server space. The city learned a city employee had a copy of the video and unlawfully withheld it from the city, according to the city statements. I am frustrated that we didn't initially have the footage, Skipworth said. I am frustrated that it wasn't handed over when it was requested, and I am frustrated that Morales filmed it. The camera was removed. Melanson said it was removed because it wasn't a very good camera and would be replaced by a better one. As you can see on the video, the quality of the camera was terrible, Melanson said. The motion capture feature makes viewing difficult. In the event we need security footage, we want something that would require good footage. Here's the headlines. Dickinson longtime police chief tendered his resignation last week after city officials announced they were placing him on administrative leave for declining to cut positions as instructed. Roy Morales, who has served as Dickinson police chief 26 years, announced Thursday he would resign effective December 2nd after city manager Theo Melanson placed him on administrative leave. The facts don't fit your narratives. The video clearly shows the facts of who was in the mayor's office. As for misinformation, it's right there in the news article. His name is not Roy Morales. His name is Ron Morales. And he retired. He didn't resign. I find it interesting that on Monday he calls me and tells me he's retiring, and then Thursday he's put on administrative leave. So the mayor's frustrated.
Your 3 minutes is up.
I'd like the council to ask if I could
No,
speak.
we passed an ordinance and it's not permitted. Mr. Billy Patton is next.
Let Billy give his time to him.
No, we passed a city ordinance several months ago. This council unanimously voted for it. Speakers are not permitted to speak past 3 minutes. Mr. Billy Patton is next.
Thank you, Ron Morales.
Mr. Patton, Billy Patton, not here.
He's gone.
All right, Ms. Sue Emmett.
Good evening. How's everybody? Peace on earth, goodwill to men. I would like to recognize some employees in the Public Works Department. I will go in chronological order. There was a very large sawed-off piece of a tree trunk at the intersection of Holly and Highway 3. I came up here to City Hall, told them it was gone within hours. I contacted them about the need to repair access to my driveway on the city side. Mr. Mose and Willie came out Friday and told me it would be done Tuesday. When I got back home Friday evening, it was done. Thank you, Willie, Chad, and Mr. Mose for your outstanding response to a citizen's need. And Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you too. Thank you. Up next, we have Joan Malmrose.
Good evening. My name is Joan Melrose. I'm the director of the Dickinson Historical Society, 218 FM 517 West. So I wanted, the Dickinson Historical Society is inviting everyone to the Wreaths Across America ceremony, which is a national program honoring the country's veterans. It will be this Saturday, December 17th at 11 a.m. at the Dickinson City Cemetery. We'll be placing 81 wreaths on veterans' graves at the City Cemetery, at Holy Trinity Cemetery, and Magnolia Cemetery. And we would appreciate the public's help with this. Many thanks to the Dickinson High School ROTC, which is going to provide the flag ceremony. And thank you to Fred, to Councilman Linton for his help with all this too. Thanks so much.
What time?
11, Saturday, December 11th. No, Saturday, December 17th at 11.
Wait a minute.
All right.
I'm going to rewrite that.
Thank you. And next up, we have Don Johnson.
Thank you very much. I guess before I get started, I wanted to wish everybody a happy holidays and a very Merry Christmas.
If you could please state your address for the record, please.
Well, my address is 810 Myrtlewood, Friendswood, Texas. But I'm here speaking about the subsidence district and not myself individually. I've dropped some of these handouts off to y'all, which I was really pretty happy the way they turned out. I worked with staff and we put together some of the things that are always asked of us, and we've made it kind of tried to make it easy to go through and figure this stuff out. The long and the short of the subsidence district is we're a regulatory entity to control the pumping of groundwater. And that is a major factor in subsidence. One of the pictures in this handout shows what subsidence has done across the area. And over the years, there's been some significant subsidence around Harrison, Galveston County. Yeah, we believe it's under control now. We have a really very good monitoring system of keeping up with that. And I don't know what to say about it other than I'm trying to keep this brief. So I wanted to let y'all know that if y'all ever want a full-blown presentation, we'd be glad to come down and give you one. My number and email address is inside this. I'm always available to answer any questions or help on any issues that anybody may have. The other thing that we have in here is a special pumpage report that I produce for Galveston County entities, showing how much groundwater they're pumping. And they get allocations of groundwater, and then that's where they have to pay permit fees. And I've worked with all of the entities to try and make sure that we've got a policy now in place where they can get their money back, a rebate for any groundwater that they don't pump. So that's been pretty popular, and that's what this report shows too, is how much those rebates have been. Anyway, I know you're busy. You've got a lot of speakers tonight. I don't want to take up too much of your time. I just want to thank you very much. And if there's anything I can ever do, feel free to give me a call.
All right. Thanks for representing us on there, Don. Appreciate you. All right. We have one other person signed up. I think you might be signed up for a specific agenda item, though, but let me check. I'm having a little trouble reading your handwriting. Is it, it's Dorine? Is that your first name? Is it Dorine? I'm sorry, I can't read your last name. You're at 2719 is your house number? Okay. It's not ringing a bell. We'll move on. All right, that's all of the general comments that we have. We have many people are signed up for two specific agenda items. So what we'll do here in a moment, we'll do the consent agenda, and then I'm going to rearrange some of the agenda items to not keep y'all here till the end of the night. So we'll move on though first to item 7, the consent agenda. The following items are considered routine by the City Council and will be enacted by one motion. There will not be a separate discussion on these items unless a council member requests, in which event the item will be removed from the consent agenda and discussed after the consent agenda.
Move to approve.
Second.
There's a motion approved by Councilman Simpson and a second by Councilman Brantley. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. All right, we'll reorder the agenda. As I said, we'll start with item 9D. Item 9D, consideration and possible action concerning a resolution of the City Council of the City of Dickinson, Texas, directing the city manager to execute a funding agreement with M.I. Lewis Social Service Center, authorizing the city to allocate and provide funding for housing, relocation, and moving expenses for certain qualified individuals affected by the city's code enforcement initiatives at 406 Dietz Road. Do we have a motion?
Second.
It's a motion by Councilman Brantley and a second by Councilman Decker. I'll turn it over to the city manager if you'd like to talk about this item, or whoever your designee is going to be.
I'll speak on this this evening. So what you see here is a lot of work done by the staff to work alongside our nonprofit partner M.I. Lewis to try to work on a transition for people that are currently living in Creekside Apartments. The big issue we're running into is that a water heater or a boiler went out, and we did have a meeting today with legal counsel and representatives of Creekside to explain the serious nature of having an apartment complex for multiple weeks having no hot water. Furthermore, the other thing I was going to bring up is that we have gotten them, and we will be getting in writing that they will stop adding tenants during this emergency order time. So we're waiting on that to come in writing as well. One of the big things that is important to us is that we obviously want to help people transition out of Creekside as we're working on this emergency order. We have before us an agreement with M.I. Lewis, who's been gracious and wonderful. And I know Angelica is going to come up and speak in just say a few words, but I just want to voice how happy I am to have a partner in this community like M.I. Lewis, who is willing to step up to the plate. And what they are looking at doing in this agreement is, if with the funding source, our goal is to provide rental assistance for people to relocate out of Creekside up to $1,000. We have about $185,000 that we're allocating to this cause. There's a small administrative fee because this is a very labor-intensive process, because we have to verify people living in Creekside that they have certain paperwork in place to show proof of residency. And then, obviously we have a disbursement portion of this process that they're going to work on, and then they'll be providing us all of the paperwork for the audits that will be needed on our end of things. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Angelica, if you have a moment. Are you here? Yeah, you are. I see you. So thank you for coming. And if you would just, introduce yourself to council, although I feel like many of them already know who you are.
Yes, I'm Angelica Hanley. I'm the executive director of M.I. Lewis Social Service Center. And I would like to start by saying thank you to the city of Dickinson for taking this project on. M.I. Lewis has been working with residents of Creekside before my time. It has been many, many years that the Creekside apartments have been an issue in the city of Dickinson. So taking this project on is important to our residents and to the community. They deserve better living standards, and the city has stepped up, and I want to say thank you, first of all. Second of all, we've developed a process that I'm very proud of at M.I. Lewis to take on this task along with the everyday services that we are providing at M.I. Lewis. So we have developed a online system that's meaning that people do not even need to come into our office to fill out application, to submit documents, so forth and so on. So it has been a very seamless process so far to get people registered. To date, we have 98 Creekside residents registered through our process, and we have vetted and worked through all of those applications, and we are ready to go to start distributing funds with council's approval. Any questions about the process or anything that we're doing?
If you would, let me.
Yes, sir.
Let me get to the public comments first
Okay.
on this, and then if we might have questions for you, we'll
Okay,
come back to you if
great,
that's all right.
Great, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, let me go and take the public comments now. We'll start with Bobby Bordeleon. Did I say that right? No.
Miss Bobby lost her voice.
Okay. Absolutely. Just be sure to give your name and your address, and you can read that for sure.
I am Krisha Burleson. I'm actually also a resident at 406 Dietz Road. I live in apartment 87. I'm actually speaking for Miss Bobby Bordelon. Unfortunately, she lost her voice a little earlier this week. She has been loud about this. So her letter states, to whom it may concern, my name is Bobby Bordelon. I live at 406 Dietz Road, apartment 115 in Dickinson, Texas. I've been here for 1 year and almost 3 months. More than half of my time living there has been spent without hot water, AC during the summertime, no heat at the moment, and no refrigerator. I finally broke down and had to buy a used one just to put food away. I've lived with mold in my restroom and bedroom for at least a year. More recently, I've been sick for over a month and a half. I believe that the mold is what got me sick. I only have one question. If you know of all the problems at Creekside, would you want your family living in any of these conditions? That's it.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. And I know you also signed up separately.
Absolutely.
If you'd like, you can go ahead and present your comments as well.
I'm going to attempt to be brief, but this is a massive issue. This isn't a small problem. It isn't something that happened over the course of a couple of days. I've actually lived at Creekside when they were Pine Forest. When I lived in Creekside when they were Pine Forest, they had intermittent hot water issues. It is actually what caused me to leave. When I came back, when I was forced to go back after Harvey because I was displaced and my children wanted to be in Dickinson ISD, I went back to Creekside. I was actually excited that they were open again. I got all these guarantees that there weren't the same issues that I dealt with before because things had been fixed and repaired and, they were underwater and none of that happened. I feel like I was deceived. I feel like the people that need to be here because they charge less rent are being taken advantage of. This is an entire group of people that have all kinds of hindrances and they're going to be displaced and they're being asked to move. But before that, they were being asked to live in subpar conditions and we weren't asking for anything that we weren't willing to and already paying for. We were being taken advantage of. After this, there were intimidation tactics and several things that were done to try to intimidate people into just accepting what was going on. Fear mongering, it is unfair and it is unbelievable that people would behave this way. An entire group of people. These problems have gone on for so long that there's been more than opportunity to repair them. And now we have a pattern that we aren't going to do it. And we're going to do the absolute bare minimum to get you to be quiet. I'm not quiet and I won't be quiet and I won't go quietly. We all deserve to have more. We all deserve to be better. Nobody deserves to go weeks. We have been over a month without hot water. How could anyone justify forcing children to take cold baths in the wintertime? Are you serious? It's Texas. We got lucky this week. But what about a couple of weeks ago when it was 60 degrees outside or 40? Or what about in a couple of weeks when it's colder? What do we say to these people? What do I tell my kids? What do I tell my 7-year-old daughter because I can't wash her hair? Simple things, simple comforts that people are without that everyone else, including the people that own this property and manage it, go home to. Again, we're not asking for anything that we weren't willing to already pay for or weren't already paying for. Now that we've poured into this property, we need help to leave it. We simply need help to leave it. We want to go. We want to be in a better situation. We need the help to be in that better situation.
The 3 minutes is up. If you just want to just conclude real quick, or
yeah, I just want to close and say that one of the things that I hate to hear the most is that life isn't fair, life isn't fair, life isn't fair, and I don't believe that. Life is as fair as it's going to be. People are not fair, and the more fair people that we have, the more fair life will be. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, next up, we have Annabelle Solano.
My name is Annabelle Solano. I am a Creekside resident since August 26. I have a 2-month-old son that doesn't have hot water, can't even shower him. As a mother, it really hurts. I don't know how these people manage to go home. The management, they manage to go home and actually have hot water while we suffer. I don't want anyone to deal with this situation. I've been living there for a couple months. Thanksgiving, I was cooking my pot roast on my oven. Halfway through, my stove did break down. Didn't work at all. Oven, nothing worked. I knew it was Thanksgiving, so I had to wait the next day to go to the manager to get my stove fixed. I went that morning. She was on her phone at the beginning. She didn't even care. Ignored me for a couple minutes. So she finally looked up at me and she was like, okay, I'll put a work order in, but they're really busy. And I was like, okay, but can you please let them know to try? Because obviously I need my stove. I mean, I'm not just going to be buying food out when I have food to cook at home. She didn't care. She was like, well, we always try, which obviously is a lie because nothing is really being done. We haven't had hot water for months. And it sucks. I mean, my heart goes out to these people that don't have a place to actually live after this place closes down. I know that y'all are trying to do everything y'all can to help these people, but it does really hurt because I know so many of these families have children, babies that don't have hot water. I mean, this issue has been going on for months, like even before I lived there. I do regret living there, but I mean, it was what I could afford at the time. I just really wish and want to know people. I really want people to know that no matter what people's beliefs are, God does not abandon his children. I do believe that God is with us throughout all of this and that he will help those people. He will help everyone. And I'd like to thank all of y'all for trying to do all y'all can. But this is a situation we're in, and I really hope that y'all can understand how we feel and how everybody else feels. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. And next up, we have Hillary Randall.
Sorry, I'm still a little teary-eyed. My name is Hillary Randall, and I'm a former resident of Creekside Apartments. I now live at 501 Arbor Drive in Deer Park. I moved from there in April of this year, but while I was living there, I moved in January of 2021. While I was living there, I had to deal with sewage water coming inside of my home. I called the news station. I reached out to the mayor, and he was the best. He stayed on top of everything. He constantly communicated with me. He helped me to know who I needed to reach out to in order to get to a point to where we could actually do something about this. I actually had the supervisor call Dickinson Police on me to try and get my children taken away, telling them that I had feces on my floor in my home, which was from them. It was actually Officer Smith that responded to my call. And he did allow me to speak with the supervisor as well. I just want to speak to the residents. I was you, and I did get out, and everything did get better. And I know that it's really hard, and I know that you're heartbroken, and you don't know what you're going to do. Some people don't even know where they're going to go. And that was me at one point when Creekside tried to evict me in retaliation to contacting code enforcement, the health department, the Texas state senator, the city, the news. And I won in court. I actually have a copy of the letter if you guys are interested in reading it. It's way too long for me to read it within the 3 minutes. that I had wrote to Judge McCumber in order to fight them because I couldn't afford to leave at that moment. And everybody asked me why I stayed, and it was because I didn't have the money to go anywhere else. I want to thank the city of Dickinson and specifically you, Mayor, because you've done everything. And what people aren't realizing is that you have fought for a long time. And there's only so much that the state and everyone up above you would allow you to do. And I'm glad that we have finally gotten to this point and people can stop living in deplorable conditions, because that's what Creekside is. It's deplorable. There is sewage, there is mold. They offered me well, actually I had to ask for the transfer into an apartment that had black mold. When I mentioned it to them, they went and painted over it. So I had the choice to have me and my 4 children living in black mold or with sewage coming through the floors. I have videos of the water coming through the floors and on my bathroom floor as well. And it's all through the parking lot. It's not a healthy environment to be in at all. I really don't have much else to say except for thank you again. And that everything is going to be all right, you guys, I promise. And if y'all need anything, you can reach out to me because I have resources as well. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. All right. No one else was signed up to speak on this item. If I did miss you, please let me know. But I think we got everybody. Oh, thank you. Back to the back to the motion. I actually have a comment I'd like to make. It's got really 2 parts to it. The first part is that I thank you for saying that, but really the staff are the ones that have really worked hard on this. I want to go back in time with you to not this past summer, but the summer before. We still had our interim city manager. The city was really not, as an organization, was still not where we wanted to be, and due to no fault of the interim city manager, by the way. It's not why I mentioned that, but there was a story that came on the news that talked about raw sewage bubbling up from the building. And at that time, we inquired with what to do, and not much got done. And at that time, the city simply did not have the leadership administratively and the staff necessary to deal with an issue like this, shutting down a large acre apartment that has severe problems. So first of all, I want to do 2 things. I want to apologize, first of all, to everybody that's lived at Creekside and has suffered through these conditions. The city should have been in a better position all of these years to have mitigated these problems much sooner. It should never have gone on for as long as it did. And so for that, I'm sorry that it has gone on this way. The city should have advocated for you long ago. Secondly, though, I would like to commend the staff that have worked on this. It was a huge undertaking. It took many, many, many months. It took, I can't even guess how many hours it took. Everyone on council has seen it. It was presented publicly. It was absolutely atrocious what was going on. The amount of time that it went on, the failure to address issues that went on that were basic health and safety issues, painting over mold, sewage leaking right by people's windows, bubbling up out of the ground, sewage going into parking lots, hazards, unlocked transformer boxes with children playing outside, all kinds of issues like that. So we had tons of problems. No one should live in those conditions. You have things like a 3rd world country there, and it is wrong, and it should not be that way. And so I want to commend the staff for working on that. I'd also like to say that I have spoken to a number of residents, and it's good to put a few faces to voices here today. It was horrible hearing people with chronic health issues, with other problems that we're dealing with living here over such a long period of time, and we're getting nowhere. We're having trouble. It shouldn't be that way. And I do sincerely wish that the laws in the state allowed for the city to do more sooner, to have more rights for renters. We are woefully behind on that. And I'll say here, it is something that I wish that our state lawmakers would work to address. And I certainly, in response to this, plan on mentioning that. And so I want to say that. I also want to address some things that were said earlier. There were several public comments made that weren't directly related to this, but I think they are. During this whole episode, we have members of the press here today. Many members of the press, I think, did their duty as members of the press. They went out. They advocated for people that don't have a voice. They stood up for people, and they did their jobs as envisioned, by the founders of this country. Right, the press is supposed to do that. Others, however, played games with your lives. People that didn't stay around to hear this, that when they show up to our council meetings, the circus has come into town. That was cited, and that's an apt description. The circus rolls in. We make crazy accusations. And the culmination of this, it's one thing. There have been a lot of hit pieces. I mean, I'm the Dick of Dickinson, as everybody heard, right, on YouTube, right? That's my moniker, apparently. When it's just about me and these games, that's fine. But what happened in this recent incident was we had people, some of them were in this room, that had some involvement in actually paying a media consultant to come out here and to gaslight every single one of you that lives in that apartment, to say that actually you don't live in a slum. Actually, the city just wants to bulldoze this property to displace you. And that's been our plan all along, that there's no problems, that the management's done everything perfect. And for them, this is all a game. All of it's a game. It's a political game. And the disservice they do to all of you is shameful. And they're too cowardly to stay around in this room and to look that in the face. And I think that's despicable. That's neither here nor there. I want to add that I fully support what the city is doing in shutting down this apartment. It's been a long time coming. I fully support us giving financial resources. I am proud of the way that staff has conducted themselves, the way that they have referred our residents here to legal services, and I hope that all of you will pursue your legal rights and get what is owed to you. And my only regret is that the city is not in a position to do more than what we are doing. But that's my comments on this matter. So thank you. Do we have any other comments or questions for Theo, Angelica, anyone?
I do have
Councilman Simpson.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I do want to make a comment as well. I believe this situation is deplorable. I agree. I've said this as well. Some of the things that come out, that's part of the game, so to speak, the political game. But I don't see how the management of Creekside could ever be defended with what's been going on. Creekside is a bit of a sore spot for me. I've had some members of a church I pastor that have passed away, and I'm wondering now, because before they passed away, were years in the hospital with different breathing issues and all kind of lung issues over and over again until they passed. So I wonder about that sometimes. So this is a little sore when I think about some of my church members living in those kinds of conditions. I wish we could do more. I wish we could do more faster. I do want to disclose a conflict of interest. I won't be voting on this. I'm going to abstain because I'm also on the board of M.I. Lewis Social Services. And while it's a completely volunteer position, I do not get paid to volunteer on the board of directors of M.I. Lewis. I just think it's proper because I'm both a city council person and on the board of directors. That will be why I'm abstaining from this vote.
All right, thank you. Councilwoman Simpson.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to say a thank you to the residents that came out tonight from Creekside and were able to voice some very difficult realities that they've been facing over the past several months. I know that was not easy for you, so thank you for coming forward. That input means a lot to us to hear straight from you guys and not off the news or not on the newspaper, just straight from people that actually live there and experience it every day. My heart is with you for that. I also want to thank M.I. Lewis for agreeing to take on this project with us and putting this proposal together. I believe that this will be a really excellent partnership for us to go forward. So I know it's going to be a great deal of work for you all and your staff. So Angelica, thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Others? Councilman Brantley.
Yeah, I specifically want to thank Bobby for your letter. I want to thank Krisha for having the courage to stand up. I want to thank Annabelle for your words, and I want to thank Hillary for your words as well. And Angelica, thank you very much for the work that you're doing. I don't know if there's anybody here that's representing Creekside, but this is what I would say to them. And it comes from Matthew 25, and it starts with 42. For I was hungry, and you gave me no food. I was thirsty, you gave me no drink. I was a stranger and you did not welcome me, naked and you did not clothe me, sick and in prison you did not visit me. Then they will answer, Lord, when did you see us hungry or thirsty or stranger or naked or sick in prison? You did not minister you. Then he will answer them and say, truly I say to you, as you did not do to one of the least of these, you did it to me. And that's what I ran. Look, I didn't want to be on city council. It's not something that, and I'm going to be honest with you, I'm not having a whole lot of fun doing it. But I ran for city council for the youth in Dickinson. I feel like they had a voice. And it's times like these where I realize that there are other folks that need a voice. And so I support this measure. And City Manager Melanson, I will support any other measure that we can do to help the residents of Creekside.
Councilman Lynn?
Yes, I'd just like to say this is something that I've never really had any experience with in my life, and I can't help but have empathy for these people's conditions. It's difficult for me to put it in words, and yes, I have heard and seen the noise, the false narratives, hyperbole to get people riled up while these people continue to suffer. Instead of solving a problem and working together to solve a problem, they just make the problem worse. And it's very upsetting. What I'd like to say, I promised when I took this position that I would not say that in a public forum. So I'd just like to finish with the residents of the facility out there. This makes me very emotional, and I know that's difficult to believe for an engineer, but the pragmatic aspect of the problem and resolution to it, I think Theo's doing a good job. I do support the city's measure. I think the city is trying to help. I do firmly believe that in my head and my heart, and I will do whatever I can to help. And you can ask Theo. I've been calling him on a regular basis, asking if I can do anything, if I can be out there fixing stoves, whatever it takes. So anyway, I want y'all to know that I'm thinking about you, the residents out there, and we're doing whatever we can to help. So that's all I had to say.
A coward is one that rules by coward.
Okay, you're out of order.
I don't care am I out of order or not. You rule by coward.
You need to go.
Force, and coward's what's going to get you run off. I'm not a coward. You'll find out.
Can I add something?
Please.
You proved my point. So it's, I just, I want everybody to know, you all need to know that as citizens, you can't read my mind, that I do support what the city's doing to address this problem. And I think that the staff and the city staff is doing everything they can. And so once again, I am a phone call away if I can do anything to help. So anyway, that's it. That's all I had to say. Thank you very much for your time.
All right, thank you. Councilman Decker.
This is all wrong, but my biggest feeling is that the owners of that property ought to be paying to do all this. Not the city, but the owners. Whatever it takes, we need to get the owners. And that's the way I feel.
And understand we'll be working on several things on that matter. But the immediate issue is the immediate relocation of folks. Whenever, state law actually has some burdens on the city whenever we're the ones taking the action for eviction. So while we do have future plans to work on the very fact you're talking about, Councilman Decker, at this point, for time's sake, and also as well as understanding that some of the laws of the state of Texas kind of put some onus on us in helping with the relocation, because we are the ones that taking the eviction action is kind of how we're here today.
Any other comments or questions? All right, hearing none, we'll take this to a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
With Councilman Decker voting no and one abstention from Councilman Simpson, the motion carries. Next, we're going to move item 8C up out of order because we have several residents here to speak about that. So item 8C, conduct a public hearing concerning a request to amend the official zoning map from conventional residential zoning district to general commercial zoning district for approximately 18.51 acres, being 500-foot depth on the south side of FM 517 West for GCAD 161989 and 162057 between Cemetery Road to Shoreview Drive, legally described as Abstract 19, Perry and Austin Sur Track 17, 29.0919 acres. SB PCL 00190017000100 and Abstract 19 Perry and Austin Sur TR 27 acres 37.0429 SB PCL 00190027000100 and 300-foot depth on the south side of FM 517 West for GCAD 429814 and 161994 between Cemetery Road to Shoreview Drive, legally described as Bayou Lake Section 1, 2005, Abstract 19, Residential N 14-0, acres .214, and Abstract 19, page 16, Perry and Austin Sur TR 19, 28.470 acres, SB PCL 00190019000100. We will convene the public hearing at 8:33 p.m. and we'll begin with staff presentation.
Okay, so Council, Mayor, I'd like to start with, this is a city-sponsored application, so the city is the staff and applicant in this presentation. The property is located on the south side of FM 517 between Cemetery Road and Shoreview Drive. It is approximately 500 feet from that right-of-way. On the far west side, next to Cemetery Road, it's 300 feet at that piece. Staff is recommending approval for that zoning change. And then Planning and Zoning Commission, they are recommending approval with a vote of 4-1. And that's all that staff has.
Yeah, if I can, I'll step in. So one of the big things to kind of, as we're discussing, Bayou Lakes and kind of the city of Dickinson generally, the city of Dickinson is a landlocked city. A lot of people think they live in Dickinson, but they don't live in Dickinson. They go to Dickinson School District. They get their mail and their address is Dickinson, but a lot of people do not actually live in the city limits of Dickinson. In some of our land analysis, the city of Dickinson is probably within about 500 acres of developable land left available for development. The biggest issue we're running into with that is that when you're down to 500 acres, especially considering so much of it is going to be in the floodplain, how much of it is going to have to be used for detention versus what can actually be developed for any type of development. So one of the things that we have to consider is that every square foot of land left in the city of Dickinson kind of has to be developed to its highest and best use. Some of the big areas of town, such as FM 517, State Highway 3, have some opportunities for redevelopment. There's very little left in green space. Some things have changed over time. Obviously, Bayou Lakes has been a development that has been in the process of development for many, many years. But some things have changed, not just in the city itself, but also surrounding cities. One of the biggest issues that we're running into is the expansion of 517 into a much larger road going out to this end of town. The other is a very recent development in that League City is moving forward with an extension of Hobbs Road to Cemetery Road, creating a very large nexus intersection. So what we're looking at today is, we're working with the developer, and I'm sure he'll be speaking shortly. Yes, single family homes is, obviously it's a wonderful neighborhood. The big issue we're running into is that with very limited land left, cost of services go up every year. Single family homes on paper do not pay the bills. There is a way to intelligently design and develop a planned development in this property that could be contiguous and congruent with the current development of Bayou Lakes. The bigger issue is that having single family homes butting up to FM 517, one doesn't allow us to produce the tax base that we desperately need to provide police and EMS services and things of that nature that we that we cherish as a community. So that's kind of how we got here, was to talk about how we can try to get a highest best use that is still congruent with the Bayou Lake subdivision. So.
All right, thank you. And we have several public comments on this item. We'll start with Sandy McDermott.
Hi, my name is Sandy McDermott, and I live at 1729 Cranston Grove Drive, Dickinson, Texas, Bayou Lakes. And I've come to talk about Bayou Lakes. And I also wanted to make my condolences to Mr. Simpson for his mom. The lots being reduced in size in Section 3 and the additional entrance outlet on Cemetery Road is what I want to talk about. You all have talked about safety almost all night. I've heard almost every single councilman talk about that. Originally, Bayou Lakes was called Bayou Lakes Estates, supposedly, and was supposed to have been a gated community, but this never happened. And I think some of you know this. I feel safety should be of the utmost importance in the Dickinson community. However, by allowing all subdivisions, and I've talked to the mayor about this a little bit, that most of the subdivisions in Dickinson are going to have a two-way entrance and exit. And I think that does nothing but encourage a way for thieves to enter one way and exit another. This simply is a safety problem for our community if we're going to allow this in all of our subdivisions. Because if you allow it in one, you'll almost have to allow it in all of them. Then allowing the size of the lots in Section 3 to be reduced in size should possibly devalue the lots already in the subdivision. I know that what I have to say will not necessarily change the outcome of Bayou Lakes. However, I would like to see the residents in Bayou Lakes have an opportunity to make our community gated. Please consider these ideas to keep our community safe. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next up, we have Michael Ross. Is it Michael Russ? Ross, I'm sorry. Michael Ross.
In case you don't know, I'm the project manager for the owner of the property. So I've talked with staff originally, and when they approached us with the zoning issue, and I told them I'd go back to the owners and speak to them about, your proposal with this general commercial, specifically along the FM 517 frontage. Originally, they were fairly receptive about it, but when they saw the depths being 500 feet and the total volume of the commercial, they were less receptive and wanted me to effectively come back to staff and council and respectfully request that the development get to continue on as a residential subdivision, as it had in the past with some commercial. And we, planned on coming in for a zoning change for the commercial corner at Cemetery and 517, maybe also at some level for Shoreview and 517. If I will tell you that I have been working with the city of Dickinson since 2015 when I took over this project for another gentleman. The amount of professionalism that has been added over the last 18 months is immaculate in staff and everybody I've dealt with at the city. I know you've struggled for a long time to keep staff at the city, at least as long as I've been working in the city. So I commend the excellent work you have done gathering up very professional staff. Again, I would like this to continue on, or my owner would like this to continue on in a residential subdivision form. We submitted section 6, which would largely be a residential subdivision. In one of those sections, you could see kind of blank, including some of the commercial. If that is not a possibility and the council is going to continue forward with this, I would like y'all to look at the depth of the commercial that's on the map. It very much leaves the remaining acreage that's not lotted out or dashed in jeopardy of not being able to be developed in at least any form of single-family residential. It makes it very difficult. I think there's a possibility that if we were able to work as a team, so to speak, with community involvement in a plan development, that we might be able to come up with a better plan for the rest of the community than what's sitting on this map today. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And next we have John Wilson.
Good evening. My name is John Wilson. I live at 1701 Coral Cliff Drive in the Bio Lake subdivision. First of all, I want to thank y'all for your service. As a past member of Texas City City Council, I know how difficult your job is. But the things I like to talk about is traffic problems. I don't know if a traffic study was done prior to this change being presented to council, but getting out of Bio Lake subdivision currently is a nightmare. There's one way in and one way out. And with the two schools across the street, it's even more difficult. So my concern is also the safety, as Ms. McDermott brought up, of the children living in the neighborhood going to and from the schools. Again, we have one way in and one way out. And now if there's an accident somewhere around Calder Road, they block it off from Cemetery Road to 517 sometimes, and we have no way to get in or out of our neighborhood. I don't think that adding the commercial property at this point is going to be beneficial to any of us in the neighborhood. I understand that there are times you have to increase your tax base, and sometimes that means making changes. But again, I just don't think it's adequate until a traffic study has been made. 517 is widened because it's just going to create another bottleneck for the residents trying to get in and out of our community. So I respectfully request that you deny this request at this time for a zoning change. And if there's anything we can do as a neighborhood or a community in Bio Lakes to help you with this, we'd be glad to help. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And I believe that is all of the people signed up for public comments on this item. So with that, we'll move on to staff or applicant rebuttal. So if we have anything on that.
You want to start with?
I would think that probably my only comment is there are plans for TxDOT to widen 517. They are, oops, sorry. I don't think that was me. I had that off. Hold on. There are plans for TxDOT to widen 517. They are planning on putting a median across the middle of it and adding controlled access points. They're going to be very limited on where people are going to be able to cross and go one way or the other. The second access point on the Cemetery Road with the number of houses that are in this subdivision is really needed for safety. That is a requirement in our subdivision regulations to have more than one way in and out of a neighborhood. And so safety for the residents is definitely a concern with needing that second access point. And then just really the commercial aspect on 517, that is the main purpose for staff recommending and bringing this zoning change forward.
Yeah, just to kind of, and I, as a resident of Bayou Lakes myself, I would say that, I'm totally okay with it being a gated community, Michael.
I don't think anybody would appreciate the HOA dues.
I'm just saying, I mean, you heard from your constituency is all I'm saying. Now, here, so there's a couple of things. One is that there does become a threshold issue if you have too many homes with only one way in, one way out. What I was going to say is that we're probably already kind of tapping on that kind of threshold already for the number of homes. The basic, I guess the best way to explain that is that assume that there is an accident that is blocking Shoreview and 517. but yet a house fire occurs inside of the subdivision. In that scenario, who knows what the property and life loss you're dealing with, or any other type of emergency. That's why it's best practices for a city. Once you get to a certain threshold of homes, usually, honestly, a lot of subdivision, especially modern subdivision standards, is that once you get above 43 houses, you have to accommodate a second. I can assure you there's more than 43 houses inside of Bayou Lakes today. So I think actually some of there's an opportunity that with a 517 not being the only outlet, but also having Cemetery Road access, as you can see, as the plat shows, can alleviate some of the issues involving the traffic. Also, the other thing too is that it's important that we look at this is the time if we are looking at having some commercial, and from what I understand, in the original master plan there were some opportunities for commercial. It wasn't that this was not going to be commercial, is that there were plans for it to be commercial. What we're looking for is an opportunity to maybe provide a planned development which would allow us to look at not just some type of retail or some type of restaurant or services, but also maybe office space. As you know, because normally, in these areas, there's just not a lot of services in the area. And with Hobbs Road being extended to Cemetery Road, there are some opportunities that traffic patterns are going to change generally with this being a major nexus. Just so you know, is that Mr. Ross and I have been in contact. He's been very gracious to staff, very gracious to me as well, and has been very accommodating, considering I just walked in one day and kind of blew up everything one day and say, hey, I think we need to really sit down and rethink some things. What I would say is that this right here, while it says general commercial, is really an opportunity for us to sit down with the developer to say, hey, we really want to rethink that area. Could some of that be single family according to the Section 6 standards? That can be a part of it. But what a plan development allows us to do is allows Yvonne, our economic development director, myself, development team, to then say, hey, look, inside of this piece of property, how is this going to be developed in the future for what the city foresees as being the best way to use that, and then of course you've dealt with the PD before, dealing with Water Street, where it was kind of a sandbox and you kind of drew it up and then you created something. So yes, it says general commercial here, but this is really to put it in general commercial so that the opportunity is not lost, that this can be negotiated into something of that may have the housing tied in with some of the services and so forth.
All right. With that, we'll adjourn the public hearing at 8:49 p.m.
It's not a sign-up sheet when I came in at 7.
It had probably been picked up, but go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is William New. I live in Bayou Lakes at 1748 North Meridian Greens Drive.
I'm sorry, don't mean to interrupt. What did you say your last name was?
New, like New York.
Okay, thank you.
So this is an issue for me of kind of trust in the government and in the processes of the public space, because I bought the house, invested in land after I looked at a number of places in the area and actually in the Houston area. And it was clearly going to be a residential community. I knew there was going to be commercial in it, but what was represented at the time, and I think even maybe on the master plan, the original master plan was that there was going to be a residential area. So I appreciate the buying that the city has and needing to increase revenue. But I think it's a matter of how much can you expect the city to honor in good faith its obligations as it lays out the master plan. And as the developer says, he's going to develop a residential community. He's already been developing sections that are less
square footage in the property space in the newer sections, and apparently the current proposal is now to even decrease that. So I do have expressed, I join the concern that this expansion, and quite a large expansion of the commercial space, will affect the possibility of development and the kind of development that will be taking place. And I think that is a matter of concern for the people in the community. It's definitely a concern of mine. So it's an issue of how much can you have confidence in master plans? How much can you have confidence in a city that's, you know, that they say this is what we're going to do, and then they come back and say, oh, well, never mind, we're going to do it differently. And that's not a position of comfort to be in. And thank you for the time.
All right, thank you. All right, we'll move on to item 8D, consideration and possible action concerning a request to amend the official zoning map from conventional residential zoning district to general commercial zoning district for approximately 18.51 acres, being 500-foot depth on the south side of FM 517 West for GCAD 161989 and 162057 between Cemetery Road to Shoreview Drive. Legally described as Abstract 19, Perry and Austin, Sir, TR 17, 29.0919, ACRS, SB PCL 00190017001000, and Abstract 19, Perry and Austin, Sir, TR 27, acres 37.0429, SB PCL 00190027001000, and 300-foot depth on the south side of FM 517 West for GCAD 429814 and 161994 between Cemetery Road to Shoreview Drive, legally described as Bayou Lake, Section 1, 2005, Abstract 19, RESN 14-0, acres 0.214, and Abstract 19, page 16, Perry and Austin, Sir, TR 19, 28.470, ACRS, SB PCL 00190019000100. Is there a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
It's a motion approved by Councilman Simpson. Is there a second? Second by Councilman Brantley. All right, discussion.
So,
Councilman Simpson.
thank you, Mayor. Was this the subdivision that originally was supposed to have one way in and like a way in, a multiple way in and out, and they switched developers, or was that the subdivision next to it? I think it was.
I don't believe that this subdivision ever was supposed to only have one out in, and actually Bentwood as well was supposed to have two. It's that the developer went defunct in the middle of the development. So that's why we're working with another developer to get that second outlet to 646.
Okay. Next question. Is there some sort of anchor project already attached to the zone change, or is it just a zone change?
There is no anchor project yet. That's one of the areas of kind of trying to understand kind of what council's desire is at some level. If there's a desire to see us kind of get some commercial as well as maybe some office aspects, maybe a couple of other types to go along with housing of some sort. So to answer your question is no, largely because, you know, it's really hard to have conversations with businesses that would maybe want to go on one of these corners without them knowing that the zoning is going to actually go to commercial. They don't want to spend due diligence money and when it can just die at a council meeting.
Okay. I think those are the only questions I have.
Councilman Wilson.
Yeah, I'm sitting here listening, and from my point of view, this I don't know if this is ready for a vote. It seems to me like there needs to be some more conversation between staff, yourself, the developer, because the gentleman that represents the development, you know, I think stated that at first he thought that the owners or whatever were going to go for this, and now apparently they're not as in favor of it as originally he may have thought. Was that correct, sir? Did you say that? That's right. Okay. And so what I'm saying is I think this may need to have some more meeting time between yourselves and staff and all, and we get a better understanding of exactly everybody's perspective on this. I mean, I realize staff probably went with this thinking, okay, well, we got kind of a word saying, this would probably be patable.
Mhm.
And so we do this, and then now it may not be patable. And I would like to say another thing about gated communities. One thing about gated communities, everybody doesn't realize that if you gate your community, you own the streets. If something happens to your streets, the city's not repairing them, because if the citizens can't use them, then their citizens are not responsible. And that's one of the drawbacks of having gated communities. So anyway, that's my comments.
And if I just real quick
Sure.
to answer, because feel like there, even though there wasn't worded in a question, there was a little bit of a question of how we got here a little
Right.
bit, right? So one of the big issues we're running into is obviously there's this is kind of in conjunction with another item that is dealing with smaller lot sizes, right? Now, obviously, the economics have changed a lot in housing, especially back when the original master plan for this subdivision came in. A lot of the assumptions of what housing, like size of lots are, have gone down quite a bit. As part of this situation, obviously this is zoned for single family residential, the whole thing, even though they master plan some parts to be commercial, the whole thing is single family residential. So we would be coming here and we would be getting a general commercial change on these corners. But one of the big issues is obviously, and just to shoot straight, is that the developer is going to want smaller lots. There's also going to be a request for a PID assessment. There is nothing necessarily legally binding them not to submit a single family subdivision plat to wipe out all the rest of the property on 517 today. Now, of course, the thing we can dangle over is that you will not get a PID assessment, but I don't believe that's how we would be operating generally. But the idea being is that if the city is going to be giving concessions, possibly on being able to have a PID and some of those things, the expectation is that some of that neighborhood as well as some of this commercial should be designed in such a way to maximize value for the city and revenue, because obviously we have to pay officers and EMS and things of that nature. So that's kind of why we're here at some level with the zoning changes, because right now there's really nothing stopping a plat to go out saying here, the entire thing single family. Yes, I know we master planned it to say there's going to be commercial on all these corners and all this frontage. We're willing to give you some frontage, but if tomorrow he slaps down a plat showing, all single family homes, there's really we don't really have a whole lot other than the PID assessment left to stop that. That's why.
Mayor, Council, I'd also like to add one thing, because Mr. Melanson did mention the smaller lots. The way that this was constructed in the first place, Section 3, Section 5, now asking for smaller lots, it should have been a planned development to begin with. We are taking the smaller lots forward to Board of Adjustments with this next coming meeting for smaller lots as well as smaller widths for a lot of the lots in their proposed Section 5.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think our lot size is 6,000 square foot minimum.
Yes, it is.
Okay. And I don't know, what's the average size here?
So their Section
Where they want to
5
go
is
to.
what they're proposing. I don't know for the full subdivision. Section 5,
Okay.
what they're actually proposing is a lot of 40 to 45 foot wide lots instead of 60 foot lots. And then they're also proposing 2 lots that are smaller than the 6,000 square feet, approximately like 5,200 for Section 5. That's Section 5 only. That's one that's about to come forward.
Well, I personally have a problem with them reducing those lots to under 6,000 square feet, and that is to protect what's existing. And I think the developer needs to go along with trying to protect what's necessary to protect the original investment that the people made that made it possible for him to make his other extensions of this 4, 5, and 6 and things like that. I'm not all that much favor for reducing lot size. Now, I do know that we have allowed this before in other subdivisions before they started actual building, so the buyer was aware of what was fixing to go on. I mean, you got you got a lot of people out there that made, I would say the houses aren't very cheap, pretty good investment on housing with these lot sizes. Now that's something to me that needs to be ironed out as far as the development of the lot size. It's the downturn. One thing about the building business is the downturn goes to smaller lots and goes back up to bigger lots and everything else. Depends on what the market wants. But what you look at is what the builder wants to buy to put on, to market out there. And that's what it really grabs onto. But if you keep your lot sizes there, yeah, you may not sell them as fast as you would like to, but they'll eventually be the buyers that'll take those lot sizes because their investment that they're fixing to put forth is then protected by what's already there. So I think there needs to be a lot of work done with this thing. That's just my opinion. I do know that even when you do your commercial reserve in the front of a development like that, when it comes time, people are going to buy. Then when it comes time for the actual commercial product to be built, they're going to have a complaint because they'll swear up and down they didn't know that was going to be commercial. But I believe in all the information that's given out when you buy. That tells you that's a commercial zone. We faced it out here on 517 once before. There is a commercial need for the city to be able to do things, but to me, the addressing of this problem more is about the current lot size to protect what is already existing there. I mean, for the longest time, the city of Dickinson had to take what they could get, so to speak. And I think we're in a better position now to not have to just take what you can get. And that's just my opinion on this.
Other comments?
Yeah, I have a couple
Councilman
questions. And this is coming from a position of ignorance, right? I keep looking at these maps. Can you tell me what section 3 and section 5 is?
Section 5 is the dark circled area that is not currently constructed. So if you look in this map, there's a bold outline that is section 5. Section 3, I believe, is to the east of that, but it's the north piece of it. Like that split. That one's 4.
So if you look catty corner to section 5, down along the central access road, it takes a piece of section 4. Section 3 is actually down to the southeast corner of the development. So in section 4, we had 70-foot lots along the bayou, 60-foot lots in part of the subdivision, and 55-foot lots in the northern component of it. We moved over to section 5, and we platted or submitted a plat that showed 60-foot lots down along the drainage area and along some of cemetery. 55-foot lots for a lot of that, and then the cul-de-sac had 50-foot lots. I believe also those 3 lots in the park area are also 50-foot lots. So that's why those are probably getting that sub 6,000 square foot minimum. Typical lot design, 50-foot wide, it'd be 120-foot deep, but when you back up to like Cemetery Road or something like that, you end up with a little shallower lot.
The conventional residential zoning district requires 60-foot wide, 100-foot depth, minimum of 6,000 square feet.
Any other question?
Yep. So when we arrived at the 18.51 acres, what was our vision? How did we come up with that dimension?
So at least from working with Cortland, what we were trying to do is obviously preserve each one of the corners that were kind of already kind of contemplated. Also, and I'll let Cortland maybe come and speak to it a little bit because he kind of helped kind of design it. So Cortland, if you'd come up and kind of talk a little bit about the depth and kind of what, kind of like the type of economic development we can do, and also community development to tie in to make sure that it was be congruent with Bayou Lakes.
So with the starting off with a depth through of 500 linear feet, that gives a developer that's doing a commercial aspect the capacity to build a larger retail center that can bring in businesses to the city itself. This is an entry to the community, and on the north side is pretty much all of League City's developments that are more commercial based than on our side. So when you look at how we need to design our city to make certain that we have enough commercial capacity to pay the bills realistically, you wanted enough linear frontage footage with enough linear depth footage to be able to stack or kind of like a birthday cake going from your larger box retail grocery store. That's what I'm kind of seeing right here. Grocery stores, the Walmarts, I'm sorry, the Walgreens and the pharmacy type of centers with some out parcels for restaurants and sundries of that type of nature. I've actually had to design this type of center in other cities, and when I talk to commercial brokers that are dealing with retail development, a rule of thumb that I've been working with has been in the 500-foot depth for retail commercial in a neighborhood setting like this.
Mr. Wilson, are you the only resident left here?
No, most of them are still here.
Are they still here?
Yeah.
I couldn't see. So if there were a grocery store there, would it affect your feelings on whether this was a commercial piece of property or not?
Yes, sir.
Or a drugstore?
Yes, sir.
In a positive or a negative way?
Negative way.
Okay.
I mean, the traffic for a grocery store would be even worse than what it is today.
There's a few more hands
And
over
if I could
there.
add just one comment, is that at some point, the property owner's wishes should be taken into account. The property owner does not want the property changed from residential to commercial, and he owns the property. And for the city to come in and take that property away from him from a residential standpoint and make him go commercial with it, that's just like taking his land, taking his property. We just can't do that. I just don't think that's fair to the property owner. He owns it. He bought it a long time ago. And for the city to force him to change the zoning of that property that he owns, I just think it's wrong.
No grocery store, supermarket stuff. I mean, they told us it would be dentist office, lawyer offices, and things like that, not a huge development. Plus, the plots that I saw in the realtor's office after I purchased showed two different plans from this. They've always shown commercial on the entrance at the corner and potentially at the corner of Shoreview and commercial little square over by the cemetery. They always showed that. They showed development similar to Bayou Lakes and Side developed going all the way up to 517 residential. Now they're saying, I mean, they're taking 500 feet. That's more than that's a football field in 2/3. I mean, that's just a lot of space of depth. And then, along the breadth of it, if they're going to improve it, it ought to be less. I mean,
Mr. Ross, do you,
if anything, the need for tax revenue.
I get it, yeah.
And we have no counter consultants, no developers challenging that it has to be 500 feet. I mean, I don't know that that's necessarily, there may be other developers, consultants around developers that can buy cities that might say, well, we can get 500 or 300 feet.
Sure.
No countering voice.
Mr. Ross, do you guys currently manage the existing build out? Or are you just developing the new build out?
I'm not exactly sure I understand your question.
So there's a management company that control, or it's an HOA, right?
There's an HOA, it doesn't have anything to do with the development of the property.
Okay.
So there is an HOA though. Right, so there's an owner that is out of town that basically owned this property through a foreclosure. They were the lender on the property from the first developer who went bankrupt. They ended up having to take the property as, the asset that came back to them. And they've been working with me. I basically provide services as a fee developer for other owners around the state. And so we've been working on this property. I took over in 2015 from the prior fee developer who passed away. So we basically have been trying to continue roughly what the original master plan was. So the original master plan did show some commercial along the ones I've seen. I don't have access to everything that's ever been shown on this property. Did show commercial along 517, specifically at the corners of Shoreview and Cemetery. And then as I've worked through this through planning and zoning prior meetings, I think I resubmitted a master plan in 2017 to planning and zoning with section 4, which showed various lot sizes, included the bigger park space than, the park space. It was effectively like a 1 acre park space, but what we decided to do is increase the overall park space that we were putting in, just to keep the yield the same, if that makes sense, to try to keep the yield the same overall, the total number of lots that were ever planned in this development. We're constrained a bit by the WCID. They've said you've got X amount of connections. And so that's what we've been shooting for all along. So sometimes we added more park space and reduced lot size to accommodate that. So that's why there's a lot size variance, and I didn't get to speak to that earlier, but for the most part, we've reduced lot sizes. The base sales price of an average sales price of that home in that community since I've been involved since 2017 has been about $300,000. So today, to put a 60-foot lot on the ground and to put a $300,000 house on the ground is almost impossible. It's more about $400,000. And so that's just economics of development today. So we've been trying to keep reasonably affordable housing commensurate price-wise with what is existing today or what has been built in the past. So those 70-foot lots that are in the first section were originally sold for $275,000 or $250,000. I'm sure they're worth $380,000 or $450,000 today. I don't know what the appraisal district's doing or what the sales are. I haven't checked that, but that's what we've been doing. So that's my role.
Well, I'll say it's my understanding that the lot sizes for an argument for a different day, right?
Yes.
I'll finish up. I'll just say, I know this is the first of 2 readings and kind of like a similar situation we had in a previous meeting. I think I'm kind of inclined to maybe approve it in the first reading with the understanding that we can work with the developer. It sounds to me like throughout the conversation, and I know you're pretty adept at this, Mr. Melanson, but it sounds to me like there's probably a compromise somewhere. So I would be inclined to approve it in a first reading, with the hopes that obviously Mr. Ross has the interest of really the existing homeowners and his residential development in mind. And, maybe we can come up with a compromise between now and the second reading.
Councilman Decker.
I'm inclined to, along with what Councilman Wilson has said, the only other thing, 15 or 20 years ago, I think you ought to go, if you're going to get more data, the Grand Parkway is going to come from Alvin to 45. That was that far back, with 517 being a feeder road. I think that would have something to do with what's going to happen.
Yes, sir. And just so you know, is so kind of where 517 is today is so they funded. They're basically looking at they're working through the final kind of the getting to the condemnation portion of this right of way forthcoming. So some of what is actually kind of sitting here in a reserve today is actually going to probably be sitting inside of a state highway pretty soon. I was going to say is that also another thing is that, Grand Parkway alignment has kind of been shifting a lot. As you know, I think League City's trying to move it a little bit further up to connect up at 646. So it's hard to know what the future holds. But the 2 projects that we do know that are that are pretty much moving along in design is going to be that expansion of 517 and the extension of Hobbs Road to Cemetery Road as of right now. So that is going to be creating that nexus. So, but no, I mean, to your point, all of you have a very good working relationship with Mr. Ross. I think we've had some good talks and everything. We want to make sure that it's the best thing for everybody, because I do think there is a place where everyone, not saying everyone's going to be perfectly peachy, but I think that it's a place where everyone can land and feel like, hey, we're doing a good thing for not just Dickinson, but for Bayou Lakes and also for, the future of that corridor. So.
I'd just like to add too, I think a couple things. I agree with Councilman Brantley in general. I think we can kind of approve this, move it forward, and then let there be some discussions and whatnot. It's to the second entrance. On that one, there is an existing ordinance that does require that. And I do understand the concerns about that, about two entrances. To me, that one, that's a safety issue that we've got to have that in there. And I'm not saying anything that isn't true in my own neighborhood. So I live really the next large subdivision over, Bentwood, next to y'all. We only have one entrance. We don't have a light either. So be happy for that, at least, that you'll have a light, but it is a real safety issue. And I, not in that subdivision, but in a previous subdivision I lived in, I was trapped in a subdivision before, due to a problem. I do understand there are maybe some traffic that's going to come with that, but I do think there's a safety imperative there to where we've got to put in the second entrance. So, so on that one, I'm that's just how I feel about it when it's safety like that. The rest of it, I do think we can try to see what we can do to make people as happy as we can, right? No one's ever going to be totally happy, but were there any other comments or questions on this? And just a reminder, there are two readings of this. So approval today does not mean that it is approved by any means. So if there's no other questions or comments, we'll take this to a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? With Councilman Wilson and Decker voting no, motion carries. And that'll be on our next, will that be in January? Our next meeting in January? Is that correct? Okay. All right.
Have a solution of some different sort by then.
Okay. All right, great. Okay, we're going to get back on track here on the agenda. So we're going to go back to, pardon me, just a minute. We're going to go back to item 8A. Conduct a public hearing concerning a request for a specific use permit for a church in a general commercial zoning district for approximately 0.86 acres located at 3717 Highway 3 and legally described as abstract 19 Perry and Austin Sir PT of lot 1530-2 Dickinson Edition D. We will convene the public hearing at 9:18 p.m. Please give us the staff presentation.
Yes. This property is located east of Highway 3. It is actually part of an existing building. The building currently has multiple tenant spaces in it. The church is proposing to go inside of it. They have provided a couple of different site plans and floor plans about what's being proposed here. I will say, I noticed I made an error on my recommendation because it says recommended by staff. Let me tell you what that was. Staff was recommending approval with conditions. Those conditions included having their CO approved prior to operating. That has been an issue in the past with once a special use permit gets issued that they forget those next steps. Limiting the special use permit for the church to Suite 1A with the 20,050 square feet lease space, and that they show that they have adequate parking available. That may include possibly a joint parking facility. Also possibly maybe include giving us information as far as operating hours for the different tenants and also like the number of church seats. And then the last condition that staff was recommending is to not object or contest the sale of alcohol in the vicinity for current and future surrounding businesses. The blue bar is right next door to this, so it could possibly affect that, being the church next door. And then when it did go to Planning and Zoning Commission, they did also recommend approval as recommended by staff, and that was a vote of 3 for, and 2 against. And that is all that staff has.
All right, thank you. And do we have anyone here for an applicant presentation? No, it appears we do not. We have no public comments on this item, and there is no applicant rebuttal, so we will adjourn the public hearing at 9:20 p.m. and move on to item 8B, consideration and possible action concerning a request for a specific use permit for a church in a general commercial zoning district for approximately 0.86 acres located at 3717 Highway 3 and legally described as Abstract 19, Period Austin, sir, part of lots 153, 0-2 Dickinson Edition D. Do we have a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
We have an enthusiastic motion to approve by Councilman Brantley. Is there a second?
Second.
And a second by Councilman Litton with a little more gusto, but we have any discussion on this item?
Sorry.
You're okay. You're okay. It's 9:20, so you're fine. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll take this to a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
With Councilman Wilson and Decker voting no, the motion carries.
One abstention.
And one abstention. The motion carries. All right, moving on to item 8E. Yes, because we already did C and D. Item 8E. Conduct a public hearing concerning Community Development Block Grant CDBG Mitigation Project, Hughes Road, Bayou Drive, Dietz Road, Nichols Avenue, and Rose Street Drainage Project. We'll open the public hearing at 9:22 p.m. and we'll have the staff presentation. Who is doing that for us this evening?
I'll go ahead.
Okay.
Just to get us started up, you'll have Catherine Mears with Hewitt Zollers, who's been working on this project. Hewitt Zollers has been from the very initiation of the much of the application process to now, and so now we're at the public hearing phase to try to get some feedback on how to make this project the best it can be. So with that, Catherine.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. This is in response to quite a few questions coming in to city staff. So we thought we would have a brief overview, kind of a high level. We can answer technical questions, but this is primarily just an update on the status of the project and what's going on to hopefully clear up some questions that have been coming in. As y'all know, the city received a $49 million grant from the CDBG, the Community Development Block Grant. That's the type of grant for mitigation project for drainage. So we call this the Hughes Road project. It's a bit of a misnomer because it's on several streets, but a big chunk of it is on Hughes Road. There are two large sections of the project. So I'll talk about the one on the south side first. Is that the next slide? Can we go to the next one? Yeah, thank you. We'll talk about the one at the north side first. In essence, what this project is, thank you.
And you just have to turn it on.
Thank you. Okay. We are adding drainage capacity to help support the local bayous when there is a heavy rain event. So this first section of the project takes flow from West Gun Bayou, west on Dietz Road, and south on Nichols to empty into Dickinson Bayou. And there is also going to be a new pipe on Rose Street. And what this is a pipe or primarily a box. RCB is reinforced concrete box, which will be underneath the pavement. There will be no construction on private property. All the construction will be within the public right-of-way, and the proposed improvements will be built under the pavement. And you can see, it's a little bit hard to read from here, but the smallest size box, it gets larger as it goes downstream to carry more and more flow. But it starts with a 10-foot by 5-foot box and winds up as a 10-foot by 8-foot box. So all of us here could easily just walk right through it. It's going to provide quite a bit of capacity to improve local drainage and nearby area drainage. In fact, we are required by the grant to show the direct benefit area, which are the colored areas. These are the areas that will directly benefit from this project. And then there are areas beyond that indirectly benefit. Because of the drainage improvements in these areas, it also helps surrounding areas in an indirect way. Let's see. Let's talk about the next one. Can you advance? Thank you. This is the southern section. It's a separate piece, but it does the same thing. It's providing additional drainage capacity for a large rain event. It starts on the left side of the screen with some channel widening of Metzler Gully from Dickinson Bayou south to Hughes Road. Then a 10 by 6 box from along Hughes Road, crossing under the railroad, and then going up Dixon Drive, and then east on Bayou Drive East to outfall into Dickinson Bayou, with that largest box at the far eastern end being 10 foot by 7 feet. There's been a lot of questions about when the construction will start. We are working in the early stages of design now. It's a very large project, and there are a lot of permits to be obtained from the railroad, which I'll mention earlier, which is not always the easiest to work with TxDOT for the Highway 3 crossing, and then with the U.S. Corps of Engineers for the drainage elements. But the plan is to start construction in the first quarter of 2024. So we're shooting for that, and we can provide updates as needed to keep y'all posted on how the permit process is going and the design process is going. Construction will take roughly 2 years, but I don't want everybody to fret that the construction will be for 2 years the entire time along the whole part of the project. The contractor will, start at the downstream end and move their way up, and work in segments. So the entire thing will take 2 years, and so it will be a bit of a painful process, but at the end there will be quite a significant amount of capacity and another large direct benefit area, which is this orange area shown here. What am I forgetting? Can I take any questions, I guess?
I don't think we can ask questions, can we?
Not yet.
No.
No, the only other thing I was going to bring up, if you would, Catherine, obviously, while we're pretty far along in design, we are looking at, especially with Hughes Road having the 2 schools there, trying to make sure that we are, putting back a road that would be able to handle the traffic flows. And obviously, with this being a connector between State Highway 3 and I-45, we have to try to construct this in such a way that moves traffic along safely. So.
Thank you. Yes, you asked me to mention that. I apologize. But yes, we are working very closely with the city staff to make sure the roadway capacity is either the same or better than what it is now.
Big job.
All right. Thank you. We'll adjourn the public hearing at 9:28 p.m. All right. Moving on to item 9A, consideration and possible action concerning a request for a specific use permit for a tobacco-oriented use in a neighborhood commercial zoning district for approximately 2 acres located at 614 FM 517 Suite 618B and legally described as Dickinson Crossing, Abstract 19, Lot A, Acres 2.001, second and final reading. Do we have a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Motion approved by Councilman Simpson, second by Councilman Wilson. Discussion. Anybody? I know there have been some questions about it last time, so I just want to make really sure. Councilman Linton.
I just had some notes from last time just to refresh everybody's memory. Staff approved and the Planning Commission disapproved. Planning Commission said too close to another similar establishment, gas station, etc. EDC approved since the type of business was within the node, like car dealerships being in close proximity, aka creating a node. Just FYI.
Okay. Other comments or anything?
Kind of as another refresher real quick, as you guys are gathering your thoughts and questions. Yvonne, how large of a space is this tobacco oriented use looking at
Approximately 700 square feet.
700 square feet. Yeah.
It's going into basically a half unit.
But why do you ask? Just curious.
Well, I just wanted to know kind of how large of a facility. Another thing too is I'm trying to think back on it. I think Cortland had brought up that, with the size of the suite, is going to be very prohibitive as to what could go into the 700 square feet. That's why I think I remember there being a comment. Cortland, is that correct? Okay. That's why I was asking about how large it was so I could kind of conceptualize it. But that's kind of how we got here today.
He is, yes.
Okay. Okay. Anything? All right. We'll take this to a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Councilman Brantley voting no. The motion carries. We'll move on to item 9B, consideration and possible action concerning an amendment to Chapter 18-28, Establishment of Board of the Code of Ordinances to consist of 5 members and 2 alternate members, second and final reading. Motion approved by Councilman Wilson. Is there a second?
Second.
A second by Councilman Brantley. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, we'll take this to a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Item 9C, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Dickinson, Texas, appointing members to the city's Zoning Board of Adjustments. Motion approved by Councilman Wilson. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Simpson.
And I'll just to jump in real quick. So what you have here today is obviously there are 7 members of the board, and so a quorum or even like a supermajority was sitting at 4 and 6 actually. Is that correct? 6 of 7 for Board of Adjustments for certain things. So what this actually allows council to do is by having 5 with 2 alternates, quorum's easier to meet at 3. For the supermajority is 4, but you still have a pool of 7. So it really, what it does is that it really allows, because we've had some issues here and there to make quorum at times. And so the reason why we're here right now to select board members is that there are 5 board member seats, 1 vacancy, there are 5 seats with 2 alternates, but there are 6 people. So there's somebody's going to have to be designated an alternate. And we do have one. We had Miss Barber turn in, her resignation from the board. So you guys will have an appointment in a future meeting. But that means that we have 6 members for 5 seats with the extra person going to an alternate. So I just want to be clear. So the motion you'll have to approve is going to be, I guess, choosing the alternate who's going to be an alternate. So.
Yeah, in your packet, I actually included their attendance for the past year as well. I thought I had a slide, but.
Yeah, so whenever you guys decide to amend the motion, you'll just amend it to state who will be the alternate, unless you guys are going to have some other, changes.
Okay.
I'll amend my motion to include the names if that's what's necessary. That's what you're asking for.
Yeah. Yes, right.
Yeah, well, what I'd say is, I think you can open it up to talk about who do you want to be the alternate, or if there's any other.
Yeah,
You
so
don't have
Walter, if you've got someone in mind.
What I would like to name is the 5 members would be James Ayers, Garland Copeland, Travis Magliola, Reggie Taylor, and Susan Wilcox. The alternate being Matt. I don't know how you pronounce that.
Magliolino, I believe.
Magliolino, yeah.
There's a motion. Or actually, do you want to, Johnny, he's amending. Do you agree to that amendment?
I'm looking for the attendance record first. I want to see that.
Well, what I named,
Have to vote on the amendment, right?
what I named as the alternate is,
Then no, but you could amend it yourself if you want. So if you don't like the amendment, you can move to amend it, and then there'd be a vote. I think it's consent.
do I need to rename them for you?
I'm looking at the attendance.
Yeah.
Matt's the newest one,
Right.
but he's one of the first ones to
Chair.
be vetted after the new process. And he's the chair right now.
Correct.
I don't know if you want to make the chair an alternate.
So is that a no?
Yeah, no, I'm not going to amend my second.
Okay.
He's the chair, isn't he?
No.
Yeah.
That's not here, current
Yeah,
chair.
I
Matt's
believe
not the
that
chair.
Reggie is the chair and then
Magliola
Travis is the
vice chair, Reggie
co-chair.
Taylor's the chair.
Reggie's the chair.
Okay, I thought the meeting I went to, I saw
Well,
a chair.
I
Because the
did.
chair and co-chair were not there.
Ah, I see. Okay. All right. So is there does someone want to amend the motion since he did not consent?
We can can we leave the motion open so y'all can actually just discuss kind of board constituents? I mean, y'all have an open motion. I mean, it doesn't have.
Right.
names.
But that's what I'm getting at is that I'm trying to see if people want to make a recommendation, i.e. amending the motion to see who they want in what place.
Okay, fair enough.
So does anybody, I mean, or you can discuss, I mean, there's a motion on the floor, so you can move, you can make an amendment, you can discuss, I mean, any of that's fine. Yeah, no, I'm just, that seems to be where we're going, so I'm just soliciting that.
When I
but-
was making the motion, I was, making sure that I was not talking about making the chair or the current chair or the current vice chair an alternate. I mean, I used to chair this committee myself, so.
Just for clarity, there's only 5
There's
members
5
listed.
regular members.
Who are the 2 alternates that you're suggesting?
So right now, we only have 6 members because Miss Shamarian Barber resigned from that seat from the board. So there'll be another spot open.
Do you want council to appoint, or do you have anybody to?
I don't have anybody in mind at this point.
You also have to remember that with what we're doing is you're making a person an alternate, but they're voting members. I mean, because we had something similar to that. I always had, when I chaired this, I always had my alternates at the meetings and things like this. So in case somebody wasn't there, something like that, just to make sure we had a quorum. And now with part of this is it has to be a super quorum. It's even more important. And it seems to me like the people that are on here are all interested in this. So I don't think you see whether you call it an alternate or call it a member.
Yeah, the
to me, it's
main
same
purpose
thing.
of naming someone as an alternate is to say whose vote counts when everybody is there. Because if someone abstains or someone's not there, then everyone's vote counts. But if you get a split vote and we're 3-3, whose vote counts and whose doesn't? Or,
Councilman Brantley, do you have a motion?
I would like to make a motion to amend.
Okay.
And it's really based on some comments that I heard this evening. But I would like to have Susan Wilcox, Reggie Taylor, Travis Magliolo, Matt Maggiolino, and James Ayers as the members with the alternate of Garland Copeland.
All right, there's a motion to amend. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Second by Councilman Simpson. Is there any discussion?
At this time, do we take any opportunity to recommend someone to fill the vacant position?
No, so because of our ordinance to fill the deal, we'll have to do an interview. We do have a couple applications in for that, I believe. I actually got an alert the other day that we got one in too, so.
Thank you.
So what would happen if we move one of the existing people down to an alternate, they'd still participate as an alternate, and then we would fill the vacancy later.
And just so you know, what we're going to do is we'll get together applications of so forth. This is a time that we really want to get them together. And what we'll do is we will, through the process, hopefully by the very next meeting, we will have that second alternate position because, truth be told is that we've made 7 meetings, but it's been very hard to even get to the 7 meetings. So I think you'll see a lot more regular attendance, especially once we get that second alternate in.
All right, any further discussion on the amendment? So we're voting for the amendment, not for the main motion, FYI. Hearing none, we'll take this to a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Councilman Wilson and Decker voting no. That'll now take us back to the main motion, now amended. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, we'll take this to a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion, did you vote yes, Walter? or-
Yes, I voted yes.
Okay, motion carries with Councilman Decker voting no. All right, we will move on to,
Who do we prove?
we'll read back to you. We'll move on to, we did item 9C. Are we to item 10? Are we? Yes. Yes, right? Am I right? Okay. Item 10, executive session. Item 10A, consultation with attorney, section 551.071 Texas Government Code. Discussion with attorney regarding contemplated/pending litigation regarding matters protected by attorney-client privilege. Item 10B, Texas Open Meetings Act, Section 551.074 Government Code Personnel Matters. Consideration of possible action concerning the employment, appointment, removal, or evaluation of a public officer or employee, to wit, recruitment of a police chief and organization of a department. We will adjourn into executive session at 9:41 PM. We have no action items from executive session, and that will take us to item 12, adjournment.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
So motion adjourned by Councilman Brantley, second by Councilman Simpson. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. We are adjourned at